Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 12th, 2024 City Council Successor Agency meeting, the 5:30 PM special meeting. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Councilmember Pearson,
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. You could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments. And I'll turn it to our, is this your first official city clerk? Amanda.
Thank you. At this time, the public is permitted to address City Council on items on the special meeting agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. We'll take public comments from those participating in the chamber first, and then from those participating via Zoom. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to the agenda items or after the timer has expired. I have not received any written public comments in advance, speaker cards, and I do have one hand raised. No, I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, well, then at this time, we will close public comments and move in. I need a motion to recess to close session.
So moved. Second.
Have a first and second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We are in recess. Thank you.
you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 12th, 2024 City Council Successor Agency meeting. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson. Here. Mayor Bryant.
Here. At this time, could you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And we have our BSA Scout Troop 22 that will lead us in this evening's flag ceremony.
Oh God, halt. Please prepare to post the color. Please post the color. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
color guard about reform about face. Color guard dismiss. You may sit down.
Good job. What an outstanding job. Thank you, Troop 22. This time there is nothing to report out from closed session. And at this time, we will open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chamber are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. We'll take public comments at this time. Danny Dorman.
Good evening. Those kids remind me of what is good, not just about our nation, but our city. Boy, I was just smiling from ear to ear. Tonight is short and sweet. I was going to congratulate someone on their win, but apparently not all the votes are counted. Now, I would think if the gentleman really had the city at heart, he would concede. So then that way we're not wasting any more time and money. But it is what it is. I do want to congratulate Councilwoman soon-to-be Mayor Meyer for her rounding success. I wish Dr. Roberts had made it, but the District 1 folks have spoken. So, and it would be, oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to turn around. It would be nice if the people who will be here actually came before they're inaugurated or when they make it official, but it looks like, no, they still want to be woefully naive about how the city is run. But, and Mr. Mayor, again, thank you for your service. As I said before, I know we have disagreed. I hope I have kept it cordial, although I probably slipped here or there. And I do apologize for not me giving you COVID, but you catching COVID a couple of years back. But it was a fun time. And so, again, congratulations to all, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Melissa?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I would like to go ahead and give a big congratulations to Vice Mayor Meyer, who will become our next mayor. And for the reelection of Jovita, I have no doubt that she will remain in the lead after all the votes are counted. They both ran amazing campaigns, true to their platforms, without having to take down their opponents in any way. And I thought that was really commendable and the kind of campaign that I hope to run someday. That being said, also congratulations to Faye, who is not here. I hope that she will bring that same spirit to the council in working together in unity to make Brentwood a better place. That being said, making our city a welcoming and safe space for residents of all backgrounds is imperative, especially as we face unique challenges over the next 4 years. The rhetoric that has been introduced surrounding immigration and mass deportation will have dire effects on our industry of agriculture here in Brentwood. And so I would like to go on the record and stand here and ask that as a city council and as a city, we do our best to support all of our communities, no matter the color of their skin, their sexual preference, their gender expression, their age, their marital status. I could go on and on and on. Brentwood is and should remain a wonderful place to live for everybody, regardless of what their politics are. And so I would like to ask that no matter what the next 4 years holds under Trump's next administration, that we make sure that the people of Brentwood and the residents of Brentwood continue to be supported in any way that we can. Thank you.
Olga?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I would love to congratulate the Antioch City Council because they seem to have really cleaned up their problem. Unfortunately, I don't see the same thing happening with the Brentwood elections, but there's still more information to come. Mayor, I'm here to urge you, I'm here to beg you, I'm here asking you in prayer to please address two issues, or one issue that came up with several factors in the last month, and that's regarding one of your city council members. I feel that every city council person should be signing the code of ethics. Please, it's important. Your members don't just represent their district, they represent the city at large. I, as a realtor, go through ethics training every 3 years, and I'm just a realtor. So I think it's important that every city council member signs that. Some people view it as just a piece of paper. Well, my marriage certificate is just a piece of paper, but I guarantee you I honor that piece of paper. Another issue that came up was the battle against a priest in Antioch. As a pastor, and I would encourage you to please take action on that. We can't let that type of behavior pass. It's a representation of the city of Brentwood, not just the district, and it's deplorable. I would say that my pastor at Fellowship, give a shout out to Antioch Church. I would never expect any one of the council members to go up against a pastor or a preacher or anyone of that sort. We have to hold our standards much higher than they've been held. We need to address that issue. It's very, very important to the city at large. I know that I stand here alone, but I'm not alone in the consensus of how the city feels. Lastly, I would just say, Mayor, that I would ask each individual council member Orlemans, Meyer, Pearson. I understand that there's friendships that have been forged here. I see the passing of notes, the giggling, the glances. We need to move past that. We need to act as adults, and you need to judge each other on the same criteria. If that
code of ethics is good for one, then it's good for all. So I would ask that you all individually look at this matter and you take action, whether it's going to abrupt a friendship or something that you have created here. That's not the issue. The issue is the representation of the city of Brentwood to the rest of the county, to the rest of the state. These matters have to be looked into. So please, Mayor Bryant, please take action. Thank you very much.
I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and we will move into presentations. And tonight's presentation was deliberately general as we could make it legally for a very, very specific reason. The individual that I'm going to be presenting to this evening has defined the highest ideals of the community of Brentwood on very personal levels. When my family and I first came to town, and we quite literally didn't know a single individual, having been raised far from the lights of a city, the only entertainment as a child we had was our nearby bowling alley that was basically the community center for all of the, how do you say, multiple cowboy families, cow folks, and farmers. And so I took my 4-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter and wife to the only place that looked like it had entertainment in 2001 in Brentwood. And we walked into the bowling alley. And my kid's grandmother met us there. We didn't know she was our grandmother. She was my grandmother, my mother-in-law. She was one of the kindest women ever. And immediately, she began to be a mother hen to my children and my little family when we walked into town. And that was my first introduction to the Wagnerman family. And over the years, anytime a family in our community had a need, Jim Wagnerman and his family have been there to make sure that that need was taken care of. If there were families that lost their place to live or needed help with food or clothing or a kind word or a connection in the community to someone that could help, Big Jim is not called Big Jim because he is a tall man with broad shoulders, but it's because he has a heart as big as the city. When the Liberty High School football team won the state championship for the first time, and nobody could buy them rings, I made a phone call. Mayor Bob Taylor made a phone call. We showed up to the bowling alley, the Harvest Park Family Center, not just the bowling alley. And Big Jim raised the money to buy the championship rings for the Liberty Lions football team and made sure every single one of them had one of the nicest championship rings a high schooler has ever seen, out of the kindness of his heart and the depths of his pockets. And that's one instance of thousands that I personally am aware of. But in addition to the things he's done just out of the kindness of his heart for anyone in the community that had a need that he was aware of, he also was one of the founders, the chief founder of the Police Activities League. And that is one of the things that has made not only a difference in the lives of our families and our underserved families in our community, and families with single parent that has to work 2 or 3 and 4 jobs sometimes just to make sure their kids are taken care of. Big Jim decided we needed to do something to help those families. And so he brought to the city the Police Activities League, and it is still going strong today. And there are countless young people who have changed the direction of their families' futures, lives, and have learned that they have great value and worth, and each individual one of them are full of the greatest potential that life has to offer, because they've learned through the Police Activities League that differences shouldn't divide, but differences are the things that make us stronger and better together. We get to hang around with people that we wouldn't normally do in an atmosphere that encourages the best of each other, thanks to Mr. Jim Wagnerman and the Police Activities League. I could go on, but seeing that this is my next to last council meeting, I've been on council for 14 years, I was trying to think of something that would represent to our community what Brentwood really is most about, and that is we love each other. We are neighbors. We are a community. We are a family. And there had to be a little subterfuge involved here, because Big Jim would do everything but want the spotlight. So we got him here somehow. Thank you, Mary. You're amazing. We got him here. And Jim, if you could come up here, because I have something I'd like to present to you, and thanks for everything that you do and have done for our community. Well, you're getting ready to find out. First of all,
thank you, Mayor. You're the best, buddy. And I'm pleased to work with you, and you've done a hell of a job. I'm going to miss you.
well, I appreciate that.
Yeah. But this is a surprise.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Now, I know since these have been presented, there have been very, very few presented in the history of the city of Brentwood. But I want to present you with a key to the city of Brentwood for everything that you do and have continued to do for our families.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. I'll tell you, this is the greatest city, and I know we made a difference. We brought a lot of people to town, and we had national tournaments for 20 years, and I love Brentwood, and thank you for recognizing me. It means a lot.
Well, you mean a lot to all of us.
Well, thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. I love you, my friend.
I love you too, man. Thank you all. Wow.
Thank you for his family. Why don't we get a picture, if we could, of Jim and his family up here in front with council? That would be terrific. You. At this time, we will go into information reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. And I'll start with, to my left, with Councilman Orlemans.
Thank you, and thanks everybody. Thank you to everybody who's here tonight. I didn't take notes because I had no idea what the presentation was today. But when I first got on council, I asked to be on one committee and one committee only. I serve on several now, but it was PAL, and Jim's probably the reason that I asked for that position. I am a PAL kid from a different agency. Brentwood PAL has always been near and dear to my heart. And we talk about people that came out of PAL that are influencing our kids and our people. I sit on the PAL board now with Miss G, who is also a PAL kid, and she now teaches at Liberty High School. And I'm sure there are many, many others that could be that example, but large supporter of PAL, and it wouldn't exist without that man. So thank you, Mayor. A quick report back. I was out of town for a good portion of the last break, celebrating my granddaughter's birthday in Texas. Because I went to the Rigs and Digs event, I made contact with, I started talking to a couple of the guys that work in the collections crew for the city of Brentwood, and I was given the opportunity to go out and watch them on one of their digs, see what they do, try and figure out how all of the stuff we're voting on up here makes a difference to our employees out there. And I wanted to thank Kurt, Isaiah, and I know I'm going to mess up his last name, but Gary Kriebel. They wealth of information and answered all my questions, and they continue to reach out now, which is even better. I went to the Brentwood PAL Tamale Fest, our PAL board meeting. The Chamber of Commerce had a ribbon cutting at Touch of Glass over on Chestnut. Tip-a-Cop at Zephyrs, an amazing event was put on by the police department in support of the Special Olympics. Great event, and they raised a ton of money for Special Olympics. The inaugural Veterans Day Parade downtown, a great event. City staff, I know you're getting to be old hands at putting huge events together, but you never cease to amaze me. Everybody did a great job putting that together with, not so much short notice, but it was a great event. The Veterans Day celebration at Veterans Park, which was moved into the senior center because of the rain. Again, Parks and Rec, amazing job just pivoting and making all of that happen. So thank you to city staff. You guys are amazing.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Attended Treats at the Streets, hosted by the new owners. It was a very well-run event, incredibly crowded and popular. Hometown Halloween, again, very, very crowded, lots of families there taking part in the fun. Dia de los Muertos, hosted by Azucar Candies and More, and some other partners and volunteers. Attended the California League of Cities meeting about homelessness and the impact of new legislation around that. Attended the Leadership Roundtable meeting to start the discussion for planning next year's Community Day of Service. So mark your calendars for April 12th, 2025. More to come on that. Had a diversity, equity, belonging, and inclusion meeting. I made a presentation. I was part of a panel to the Leadership Contra Costa group. It was kind of a blend of my day job and my council position, because they wanted me to talk about the intersection of legislation and policy on a local level on the aging population. Great event. Also attended the Veterans Day Parade, and would agree And I was going to say some of the same things about Parks and Rec staff, that first time ever, and it was really well attended. It was very positive, a lot of fun floats and drivers. And then the ceremony at Veterans Park, for sure, to be pivoting last minute like that, because the rain was pretty intense. And I was wondering driving there how they were going to manage that. But they brought it all inside and it went off without a hitch. So great job there. And then thank you, Joel, because I agree. That was a really uplifting and positive presentation to the key of the city. Really beautiful to see. Thank you.
Councilperson Mendoza.
Hi, since the last time we met, I attended the Contra Costa County Elected Women's Lunch. It was nice, and Vice Mayor Meyer and Councilman Pearson goes. I think it's great to have representation there from Contra Costa County. Attended the Dia de los Muertos event. It's always a great time, a lot of music, a lot of dancing, a lot of food, and a lot of shopping. Attended the Veterans Day Parade event at Veterans Park, which again, Park and Rec moved it inside. They did a phenomenal job, so thank you for that, for pivoting when it started raining. And I'm happy to announce that along with being on the Latino Caucus for Cal Cities and on the Housing Committee, I've just been invited to be part of the Cal Cities leadership team. So yeah, they must be happy with what I'm doing. So happy that I can do that.
Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you. Well, since the last meeting, I met with the local pastor regarding midnight basketball leagues and how many of our students are actually attending the midnight basketball leagues in another city and what we can do to provide opportunities here in Brentwood. I also met with Councilmember Orlemans, the mayor of Oakley, and the vice mayor of Oakley to talk about youth programs and youth services. I bought a ticket to the Tamale Fest, but I put it on the calendar for the 15th and missed the entire Tamale Fest. But I was happy that I was able to contribute, but I hate that I missed the Tamale Fest that I bought tickets to. That being said, I'm excited and can't wait to see the Shop with a Cop. And I want to add, Joe, a big thank you. It has been an honor and a privilege to be on PAL. Before becoming an attorney, I was a criminal justice instructor, worked with several of our law enforcement officers to deliver post classes to high school students and college students for credit. Most of them became officers or in the Explore program. And we had a nice working relationship with PAL in our city. So it's so nice to be on PAL and to see, you actually get to see the fruits of your labor. You get to see what our officers do on a regular basis. And I had one meeting I went to and Jim was there and he went off on everyone. And we shut up and we took it because he created it and he is the bylaws for PAL to me. So he's a phenomenal person. So is his granddaughter. They're just all great people. I'm happy to work with them on PAL. Also, I was a part of the Veterans Day Parade. City staff as awesome, hit it out the park. My favorite thing was the salute at the very end. It was just a somber moment that was awesome. So city staff did a great job on that one. I attended a Debbie meeting, and I did attend the elected women's luncheon of Contra Costa County, where there were several other electeds across various areas. And so it was like you got the school district or the water board or different cities. And so it's really great to hear about just what people are doing, legislation. And actually, I went to a Contra Costa County Bar Association's Bar Fund event the day before and got to see them honor the Port Chicago 50 families that had just got the 80th year exoneration. Went to the elected women's luncheon and saw the same honorees there. And so there was a lot of synergy in the room. So I think that is everything for me.
Since the last time we met, I attended the Tri-Delta transportation meeting. I also had the opportunity to meet with the transitions class from Liberty High School. And we gave them a tour of the city and got to spend a lot of time with them. They're a great group of kids that are always making anyone that spends much time with them want to up our game because of just the vitality and the desire they have for life and learning. I also got to spend time presenting a polio presentation to the Rotary Club. Polio has been almost entirely eliminated from the world. Just another thing about Jim Wegneman, he is a survivor of polio and from when he was a child. I also attended the PAL Tamale Festival fundraiser and had a great time with that. And I spent some time with Miss DiMaggio's fourth grade class at Loma Vista. And it is always absolutely amazing what 10-year-olds' questions are about government and procedure and history in the United States of democracy. It was a great time. She does an outstanding job with her students. And I also had the opportunity to attend the Veterans Day event yesterday at the Senior Center, and it was really terrific. And staff, I'm just going to tell you, if you didn't know that it was supposed to originally be outside and pivoted inside, you never would have known that it wasn't intended to be inside. You did such an outstanding job, so thank you for all that you do.
I would also like to say that our mayor received recognition
I
from
was
the
just going to say
veterans.
that.
Oh, sorry.
It should be
Go
said.
ahead, go ahead.
No, you started.
No, and it was great. They presented him with a certificate of recognition for all of the work that our mayor has done for the veterans, and also a jacket so he can match all of them, which was awesome.
It was very kind and much appreciated. This time we'll move into the consent calendar. And do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve consent.
I'll second.
And before we take a note, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to mention, I asked staff if I can do this, but on line number, I'm not pulling it, but at F6, I wanted to personally thank the chief and the police department for going after this grant. Councilmember Mendoza and I initially came asking for the tobacco regulations and through LUD, and the council approved it, but it was a big ask for the police department to do so much enforcement, and it was gonna be a lot of money. And one of the thoughts was like, how are they gonna be able to afford that? So I appreciate you all going after the grants and just wanted to publicly say thank you for meeting the need.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add that community enrichment was involved with collecting that information to help us achieve the receiving of this grant. So I appreciate that, and thank you for the comments.
And thank you to them too. I appreciate it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, it moving into public hearings. Item G1, to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance approving a zoning text amendment, RZ 24-005 to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if the council might be so kind as to consider a request by staff to perhaps start with item G2
Yes.
before G1?
Thank you.
Thank you.
For reminding me of that. Moving into G2, we'll go G2, G3, and then G1 for benefit of the flow of the meeting. This is our item regarding updates to the community development fees and amendments to the cost allocation plan. And Tim Nielsen, our development services manager, will present. Tim.
Before we start, Mayor, I'm having a lot of problems with my back, and I'm going to stand up occasionally throughout the meeting. No disrespect intended to anybody presenting. No, I'm not trying to rush the meeting along. It just gets really hard to sit for a long period of time. So.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This item before you this evening, just by way of a little bit of project background, is a long time in the making. The last time that the development fee schedule in Brentwood was comprehensively updated was in April of 2002. Over the years, new fees as they were needed or as existing fees needed to be updated and amended, they were established or they were amended on an individual basis. And over the years, our fee schedule has been updated by the Consumer Price Index on a year-over-year basis. However, in 2023, staff brought forward a limited scope update to our fees. That was in February of 2023. We updated the valuation table. We streamlined and we restructured some of the fees that we had in effect at the time. And at that time, staff also highlighted the need to complete a comprehensive update to the City Council with a commitment that we would do so and bring it back to Council for full consideration. In the 2023-2024 operating budget, City Council approved the budget for that comprehensive update, and staff distributed a request for proposals in the second half of 2023. And following that, selected our consultant, government consulting partners, and kicked the project off in early 2024. So attached to your staff report tonight, you have the development user fee study prepared by government consulting partners, as well as the fourth attachment, which is a underscore and strike-through version of all of the changes that would be proposed to the cost allocation plan, reflecting those changes that we are going to hear from our consultant, from government consultant partners. He is going to carry out the majority of the presentation for us this evening, and should have control of the presentation here.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Jeff Wakefield with Government Consulting Partners. And let's test this out. On the side of this? Okay. I think I got it. Okay, I think I have it. Yes, I have. Okay, here we go. We are live. Again, good evening. I'll cover the background and impetus for the study, our objectives for the study, our methodology, how we conducted the study, and finally look at the study's findings and recommendations. And of course, we'll have a discussion. The fee schedule, as was previously mentioned, whoops. Okay, there we go. The fee schedule hasn't been studied comprehensively in over 20 years. This is a long time between studies. Most cities shoot for about 3 to 5 years between studies and perhaps attach a CPI factor in the interim years. So 3 to 5 being the norm, 20 years is obviously quite a bit of time to set to not analyze the costs of all your fees in the development departments. Since 2000, the development codes have changed quite a bit, and the technology involved has changed and increased quite a bit. So with all these changes and the time, that kind of sets the background for the study. Fortunately, as I mentioned, in the interim years, annually the staff attaches a CPI increases or adjusts most of the fees by a CPI factor, but CPI hasn't kept pace with labor costs over the last 20 years, as we will see. Okay, these are the project objectives stated in the city's RFP. These are in addition, obviously, to the main purpose, which is to calculate the full cost of each service. Modern structure, streamlining of the calculation methods. These are very common trends in the city, in cities up and down the state. These are common goals amongst a lot of the cities that we analyze. Also, we wanted to make sure that our fees reflect the mix of development. The city has, over the years, moved from relatively single-family heavy toward more now and in the future, more mixed-use developments and more multifamily projects. So we wanted to make sure that our proposed fees appropriately address those, that change. And then, of course, our study, at the end of our study, we hand over to staff our fee models. And so that, that will allow staff to update these components in the future and continue on that path of analyzing fees and and adjusting fees accordingly. Methodology. The method of calculating full cost is actually fairly simple. We start with the city's 24-25 cost allocation plan, which identifies fully burdened hourly rates for the various development staff. To that, we then apply the average time required to process, plan, check, or inspect all the various development services. It's not rocket science, but because it's a process that you have to go through, sit down with various staff members and make sure that all the time is captured and no time is overestimated. Not sure where I should be pointing. Oops. Okay. So how do we calculate full cost? Here we've listed the steps involved. We essentially work with, the first step is to identify, of course, for each service on the fee schedule, we identify the staff member involved, number one, and then list the various steps, work with that staff member to identify the various steps that are involved, to make sure that we're thinking of all the time required and all the different steps required. And then it's an iterative process. We get the initial time estimates, we review, and then we ultimately land on the time requirements that we all agree produce estimated figures, estimated average time requirements. This involves, as a few examples of steps that we incorporate, we include drive time as an example. We include rechecks, standard number of re-inspections. These are all services or steps that need to be considered when we're calculating full cost. Once we've identified the full cost of each service, the next step is with that information, we can now calculate the current cost recovery rate for each service. Once we've done that, the next step is to figure out, okay, we know what the cost is for each service. The next step is to figure out the annual revenue. So once we figure out the full cost and hence the proposed fees, we look at how many times last year each service was demanded essentially or requested by the public, and with that average demand, we apply that average demand against our figures, and that gives us annual revenue. I will say that because there was a bit of restructuring involved, that the annual figures are a bit of a conservative estimate. And then with all this, with the knowledge of what the full cost is for the various fees, because these are development-related fees, we generally are proposing most of the services be set at full cost recovery as per the city's existing fee policy. This gets us to the our results of our analysis, our findings. And what we found is that for each department, the costs exceed the revenue generated. And I'll go through some of our findings here. For building, for example, the costs are roughly $2 million. Now, this is the average time requirement for each service multiplied by the number of times each service is requested. That gives us our full cost, $2 million for building. Compare that against the fee generated, and you can see that there's a 12% subsidy. And if we were going to set these at full cost recovery, that would result in a 12% increase. And for building, this is generally speaking, reflects a right sizing of most of their fees. There's not anything dramatically new in the building department. We just found that over time, the costs had separated from the fees and needed a 12% adjustment. For development services, let's see, bear with me here. For development services, these are mostly the revenue, the proposed revenue increase here is largely due to a restructuring of the issuance fee, as we'll see in a bit, in the next slide. For planning, as we can see, we've broken planning into the fixed fees and the deposit-based fees. We didn't really analyze the deposit-based fees per se. Their cost recovery in nature because staff charges time against them. Rather, we analyze the fixed fees, and you can see that there's quite an increase proposed here. And what we'll see in a later slide is that a majority of this increase is due to institution or the proposed institution of new fee services for costs that currently are not recovered. In grand total, we are, based on the costs compared to the revenues, we're proposing a roughly $400,000 revenue increase. Two notes of interest for the building department. And in this section, we talk about some of the specific findings to each department. For the building fees, the electrical, mechanical, and plumbing fees were streamlined from basically pages of item count individual fees to a much simpler table. This is a trend in the industry, and essentially it's the combination permit concept, which is like I said, is becoming very popular, and it's for customer service reasons. It's considered much easier for the public to use and much simpler for city staff as well. The second note for building is that the valuation table was modified from its current form, which has the lowest tier for a building permit starting at $500, which has been, it's been in that form for over 20 years. Most cities are increasing that because there really aren't building projects that are $500 anymore. So that minimum project threshold has been increased to $2,000, just again, for streamlining and updating purposes. For development services, similar to the electric and mechanical and permit streamlining, the proposed structure for development services now requires one issuance fee rather than developers paying multiple issuance fees over the life of the project. Again, this is largely for customer service purposes, and it's seen as a good streamlining tool. For planning, as I mentioned before, in the right-hand column, a lot of the new revenue that's projected for planning is a result of potential new fees that a part of our scope called for us to analyze fees charged by other cities that Brentwood is not charging. Many of these services, and you can see again in the upper right-hand corner, many of these services are fairly new that are resulting from recent legislation. And these are fees that many of your neighbors charge. So among the new fee services, if you choose to implement them, that totals the lion's share of the increase. The remaining 13,000 are just adjustments to existing flat fees. We also note that for the deposit fees, again, we didn't really analyze deposit fees because by their very nature, they are cost recovered. But the industry trend is to reduce reliance on deposit fees where you can. So what we did was we looked at the various services that are being charged on a deposit currently. And for those where the time requirement was relatively narrow, we decided that can be charged as a flat fee rather than a deposit basis. We also looked at what your neighbors are charging, how they're charging, whether it's on a deposit basis or a flat fee. And that kind of gave us, if we saw some of the other cities are charging on a flat fee while we're charging on a deposit, that gave us an idea that maybe this is something we should investigate. It bears mentioning that deposit fees require a lot of time for city staff where they're not, if they're keeping track of their time and reconciling their time on projects, they're not doing other services, of course. It's also cumbersome on developers, and the feedback that we've received over the years is that developers, generally speaking, prefer the predictability of flat fees rather than the perceived open check nature of deposits. So to the extent that we could, we converted some of the services to a flat fee or a tiered structure for those services for those deposit services where the time requirement was varied significantly. We left those as a deposit and time and materials feature so that small projects aren't paying the same price as really large projects. And with that, I will turn things back over to Tim.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. So just in conclusion and in summary here, the fiscal impact to the city's budget is tied to the reasonable cost recovery of the services that are being provided and ensuring that we are striving for that 100% cost recovery level that Mr. Wakefield had mentioned per our fee policy. So the numbers that you have before you in both the study and in the proposed cost allocation plan adjustments tonight are intended to fully recover those costs to the extent that we can. Also, as Mr. Wakefield mentioned, we're looking at about a $400,000 positive net impact on the general fund, and that is using a conservative projection of permitting and project development demand. It also should be noted that any modifications to the fee structure from what has been presented would result either in an overcollection or an anticipated subsidization of city services being provided. One example of a fee that we have traditionally, we being the city of Brentwood has traditionally subsidized, is the appeal fee. For instance, if somebody wanted to appeal a planning commission decision to the city council, that is an example of a fee that we have traditionally subsidized. However, in the proposal before you this evening, that figure does reflect full cost recovery. So just wanted to point that out as an example. And then finally, the recommendation before the council tonight is to adopt the development user fee report as prepared by government consulting partners, and also to amend the 2023-24 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees as noted. Staff is available for questions, as is Mr. Wakefield. So I'll turn it back over to Mayor Bryant.
I have
Clarifying questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. Most of them are around the cost impact. And the first one is there any kind of, well, I guess there wouldn't be if we haven't done this study in over 20 years, but I'm curious why we haven't done the study in that long and why we haven't reviewed those costs.
I don't think there's one specific answer. My recollection is my predecessor hadn't prioritized it for the department. It is somewhat costly, and I think other projects just kind of bubbled up, and then over time, it became a longer period of time than it was desirable. So we made an effort in the last couple of years to prioritize this and get it moving forward, and the council authorized us the budget to do so.
Got it. Thank you. Also, there was a comparison of a regional fee comparison, and I'm wondering if our market can actually bear building permit fees that are that much higher than some of the noted cities that maybe don't have the same building costs typically. Like theirs might be typically higher, but now our fees are going to be higher than theirs, our permit fees.
And that is a good observation. I would like to point out that the fees being compared here, the development user fees, are a relatively small overall component of the fees that developers and home builders pay. So there's the vast bulk of the fees that they pay are development impact fees. And so the user fees or the permitting fees are a relatively small component of that, to the point where the increases that you see before you tonight I did the calculation earlier today, on a single family home, just by way of example, would result in approximately a 2 to 3% increase in the overall fees that the developer would pay for that permit.
Great, thank you. Also, in looking at the impacts, there was some mention of individual homeowners who were trying to do upgrade projects for their kitchen, home improvement, that kind of thing. What kind of impact are we looking at, and which type of applicant would be the most impacted? So I'm looking at home builders versus individuals who are doing home improvement projects.
Yeah, I think that the impacts of kind of right-sizing the fees, if you will, it depends on the type of project, on the type of permit being sought. Some of our fees are increasing in order to capture the actual cost of providing the service. Other fees are decreasing because the time involved in providing that service actually isn't as much as we had thought it was when we were recovering it previously. So for some permit costs would decrease, and other permit costs would increase in order to capture those fees. Typically, the smaller projects would see somewhat of a decrease, especially in the processing fees, because with technology advancements that have taken place over the intervening timeframes, those permits are easier to process. They can be done more quickly with electronic plan checking and with electronic permitting. So some of those fees would actually go down. I'm thinking, you asked for an example, like a water heater replacement or potentially a re-roof, kind of those day-to-day permits that a lot of our homeowners would need to pull. Would see somewhat of a decrease, and a lot of our larger projects, new development, would see somewhat of an increase.
So you're not anticipating that this would price out a homeowner who wanted to do some home improvement projects in general?
Correct. Yeah, that is certainly not the intention.
Great. And then moving forward, what would be the recommendation for the review frequency?
Oh, for the overall fee study?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Wakefield's assessment that should be done every 3 to 5 years, just to make sure that the changes that we're doing in the interim keep pace with the actual cost of providing the services.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question about the commercial side. We keep saying we want businesses to come in. What can we do? I guess my concern is, are these fees more than they were charging? Because I don't know, when I look at like design review, for example, commercial up to 10,000 square feet, And before, it just said actual cost. Are those costs going to go up for commercial or down for commercial, like for an average project in our city?
Speaking specifically of new development,
Yeah, just new businesses that want to come into town, because we keep hearing that it's cost prohibitive to start a business in Brentwood. So is this going to make it harder for them, or does this keep it on par where we were, or does it get better?
this would essentially keep the actual process on par with where it's at. It wouldn't, create an additional hurdle that they would have to overcome in processing their permits.
How about financially?
Financially, depends on the scope of the project. If it's new construction, it would, similar to like new home construction, it would result in an incremental increase similar to what you'd see in new home construction, somewhere in that probably 2 to 3, maybe 4% range, when you're considering all of the fees that would need to be paid in order to be able to pull a permit. If it's new businesses that are coming into an existing tenant space, it really depends on the scope of the project, how much work needs to be done in order to be able to get that tenant space ready for that tenant to move in.
Okay, so then we as a council need to talk about fee waivers if there's businesses that we want to come in and we think that these fees would be cost prohibitive for some, or maybe not make it as attractive to come here versus other cities.
Yes, certainly. So what we're giving you is the true cost to the city to provide these services to the public, right? And so similar to like the appeal fee that Tim highlighted, it's a policy decision whether or not you actually want to achieve full cost recovery or subsidize certain fees. Fee waivers would be a form of subsidization, and those would be policy decisions that the council needs to make. What we're presenting you here with just the time on job, right? The time it takes us to process these permits and what it costs the city to pay staff to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further clarifying questions of staff this time? Okay, seeing none, then I will now open the public hearing and open public speaking.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I have just one speaker card in person. Danny?
Okay. In listening to everything, I'm not quite sure if this was addressed, and that is the infamous in lieu fees. If it was mentioned, my apologies. If it wasn't, and that's up for discussion, I suggest making it prohibitively high. That way, we increase our revenue. If someone like a casino wants to opt out of building what is needed to be built for our residents, so maybe they'll get a second look. I don't know what the fees are now, but they must be ridiculously low because we keep seeing them. So that's my suggestion. If it's not on there, then the question is, well, why not? If it is on there and it's open to discussion with respect to how much, then let's charge as much as we can so that we get developers to do what they're supposed to do, which is build. Thank you.
I have no further cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments. And any further conversation on this item before we?
Yeah. I had the opportunity to, during the agenda review, to speak with Alexis and the other staff members in that meeting. And I think what was really helpful for me, because I'm always concerned about the small business owner versus the large developer, and that the costs, could, as Councilmember Mendoza stated, can, drive someone, be so absorbent that it drives someone out of business before they start business. I think what really helped me was when Alexis led me over to the sheet for the itemized, that it's itemized, because someone who just went through the CUP process, it wasn't expensive. It wasn't as ridiculous as I thought it was going to be. It was fairly reasonable. I was billed for staff time. But as we moved to more of a flat rate billing, I was concerned, would I have been billed at the same rate as like a huge developer? And the answer was no. It is itemized based on the needs. So a project that I might be doing as a small business owner might not be as exhaustive as someone who needs, tenant maps reviewed or other items reviewed, or I might not have as many projects in my business as would a developer. I think that really helped me understand this process because I really struggled with that piece of it, especially when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and we look at like organizations like ABC that looks at your finances to see if you can even afford to get a license. So a lot of people are not there, but they have big dreams and big vision and just they're not in the space financially to do it. But I think that this is just in my cursory review of it after meeting and seeing the, Alexis, what is the sheet? I'm sorry, was it Schedule 2 when you actually went down? That was so helpful.
Would you like me to
Yes,
share
do
my
you mind
screen?
putting it up?
Sure.
Just because it helps for discussion. I mean, I know we probably already know what we want to do, but
Is this the one you were referring
yeah,
to? Okay.
so, sorry, up here. Yeah, when you look at this sheet here, it really helped to know that, I might only need the design review for one unit versus if I'm a big developer, I may need the design review for 50 to 100 units. So I think it's kind of in its own way, the way it's been designed helps vary per the entity coming before it versus just a generalized amount. That's just my little discussion topics I wanted to throw out.
Before we go into further discussion, I do need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a first
Second.
and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we can go. That's okay.
I guess my question is, how do our fees compare to other cities? Are we on par? Are we higher or lower? And again, my biggest concerns are like the ones for people who want to open businesses in Brentwood.
Good evening again. I can speak to that. What we tried to do, as you can imagine, not every single fee on the schedule is comparable to other cities. We took the ones that are most common amongst various, planning, building, development services departments and compared those. I'm looking at one here, home occupation permits. You can see that in that instance, Brentwood is a bit lower than most of your neighbors. So I think it is a bit all over the map. Generally speaking, it seems that, I think you mentioned this, that in most cases, Brentwood is in a bit of the middle. Some of the cities, generally speaking, have higher fees, but generally in the middle, and it's hard to know exactly. You kind of, on a case by cases, you can kind of scroll through and see which ones are high or low.
No, I was just wondering if, that schedule, I like the schedule. I was wondering if you've ever done a comparison on the actual schedule as close as possible.
On the cap compared to other cities?
Well, on the one you just showed, it was Schedule 2?
Yeah, that's the
like
planning
that.
page of the.
So for example, like a design review commercial up to 10,000 is 13,560. What is that like in our neighboring cities?
Jeff, do you have that insight?
Again, I hate to say this, but it really is all over the map. I think you mentioned design reviews. For example, some cities have a philosophy where, to your point, a lot of cities want to attract commercial business. So the thought is, hey, when they're just thinking about us, let's keep those design review fees low for that purpose. As you can imagine, design review is a very expensive, time-consuming process. So a lot of cities subsidize, so it's hard to tell whose cost is higher or lower. But I think generally speaking, as I said before, Brentwood's fees are generally speaking right in the middle. I haven't seen too many of them being the leader amongst those fees.
Okay, so when other cities subsidize, that's part of their schedule. It's in there, so you wouldn't know how much is subsidized and how much is not?
Correct.
Okay. I guess my only question, my only ask to staff would be to let us know if businesses are saying this is too much. Or like, hey, I could go to, because what I hear all the time is I can go to Oakley, I can go to Antioch. Which, you know, they're neighboring cities, so if it's a business I want to go to, it's close enough, but I'd rather have them in Brentwood.
Yeah, certainly. And I think part of the impression of fees is you pay fees at multiple stages for multiple projects. So the development impact fees in Brentwood may be higher. The building permit fees may be slightly lower. So people tend to lump in fees, and it all seems very expensive to everybody going through this process, right? These are large numbers if you're a small business or an independent business. So we can certainly gauge, and we have dialogue with people all the time about their fees when we're collecting them. But we also collect pass-through fees, development impact fees when we collect building permit fees. So we hear a lot that fees are high, but it may not necessarily be the building fee or the planning application fee. So it's kind of hard to parse that out with folks, but we can certainly make that effort. I think our fees are down the middle. Some of ours will be a little bit higher. Some will be a little bit lower than other jurisdictions. And like you said, if they are subsidizing it, it's not, they don't put an asterisk and say we're subsidizing this fee for a particular type of business or that sort of thing. But what we're showing you is what the actual cost is to do this work for the permittees in the city of Brentwood. And we cannot overcharge, but you could undercharge on some, but that's a policy decision.
So maybe that's something, Darren, your team can think about. Would there be a benefit to subsidizing any of these fees when you're having conversations, and should we just make it part of the schedule?
And in economic development, when you say subsidize, the first thing I think of is it triggers prevailing wage on a project. So as we discuss them, I think it's best to include it as part of it. And I only mention it now, so in the future, if this item comes up, anytime you subsidize a private development project, there are state laws that says that since you're spending local government funds on it, or not charging them, that it could trigger the possibility of prevailing wage on a project. So the last thing you'd want is a small
And let's
person.
not say subsidizing.
Correct. So we can look, and I think, Alexis really explained it well. You have impact fees, you have connection fees, you have processing fees. And when people say fees are too high, it's all of those. And this is just one small aspect. But we'll continue to work with Alexis and, see if we get information. And if we hear that, we can bring back some analysis.
Okay.
I think to her question, since it's on the screen now, one of the areas and project's already through, so this is not a conflict to talk about this, but I think one of the areas for a smaller business is going to be those existing structures coming for CUPs. It does seem like a larger amount for someone if they are trying to develop, but the new structure is not a big issue, but for existing structures, CUPs and for the CUP process seems like it would be maybe difficult for some business owners. I mean, I understand we were asking a deposit and then we come back for more money, but it just seems like that existing structure is where we may see the smaller businesses have an issue versus the new development. New structures are going to be coming with money ready to fund a whole new project, but existing structures means I'm moving into a space that's developed. I'm trying to get a CUP to maybe start a restaurant or start a daycare, and it may cost some people a lot of business if they're paying rents as well. So that would be the only area that I would say would be a concern. But other than that, I think the way it was explained to me in the agenda review, it seems like it makes sense.
So one thought or one follow-up on that is this is reflected in how much time we spent on CUPs over the past years, right? So this is the actual cost we spend. Processing a CUP in Brentwood is not better or worse or harder or easier than other communities, but there is a lot of staff time that goes into it in this community. We have a very active community. We have lots of meetings. We have lots of conversations with applicants, and all of that is billed. One way to address those costs for new businesses is to have fewer CUPs required. So fewer businesses are going through that CUP process, that those that go through the CUP process are ones that truly could have potential impacts on their neighbors or potential negative impacts that need to be looked at more closely. So fewer businesses would be subject to this fee overall if you have fewer CUPs. So that's another wrinkle to think about as you're looking at the true cost of doing this versus who it affects.
I think the difficulty with that is that's subjective, right? What one person doesn't think is a big impact, another person might think is a big impact sometimes.
Well, and that's the policy discussion for council that we're
Yeah.
having with the zoning ordinance update is what does council, not an individual, but what does council think is a use that might be particularly more impactful than another?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Just a couple, and I don't know if they're questions, but during, excuse me, during an agenda review, you had gone through and explained, which helped me immensely, even though having gone over this several times, the current process to a developer coming in and asking for any permits, going through that process versus what we're getting ready to move to.
In terms of the planning deposits?
Yes.
Yeah, Eric, do you want to touch on that or? Okay. Okay, so what we were discussing is we are moving from a deposit system for many of these planning applications to the flat fee. And one of the challenges for the deposit system, as Jeff touched on, is just administering it is incredibly time intensive. We asked for, let's say, a $5,000 deposit. Once we reach that limit, we have to go back to the applicant and ask for additional funds. Once we reach that limit, we go back again. So there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of applicants who, no matter how much you explain it to them, don't really understand it's a deposit and are very frustrated that you're asking them for more money. For many applicants, it's frustrating to not know the true cost of the process. You know, it's a big question mark when they go into it, so they can't predict necessarily how much they're going to spend. And so you can give them ballpark figures or general estimates of what other projects like theirs cost, but you can't tell them exactly how much it costs. So there's a lot of uncertainty, which in terms of new businesses coming to the city in that commercial aspect, gives some folks pause because they can't just put something in their P&L and count on it. Right. So it's fraught. A lot of cities have deposit systems. We could continue to have one. It's just very complex, very time intensive, and it can be frustrating for the applicants. The flat fee, it's very straightforward. You put it in your P&L. You know what it's going to cost. You may not like it. That's the other, you may not like the amount, but that's it, one and done, and we don't have to go back to the well again.
So the explanation, exactly the same one I got this afternoon, but it helps the public understand that the unknown of we keep asking for more money as opposed to a straight set of fees listed out. The other, I guess, question, why are we waiting till February to do all of this instead of tomorrow?
Two reasons. Good question. Two reasons. One is because any adjustments to the city's fee schedule takes effect 60 days after the action is taken. So that would put us into January anyway. And February 1st is a nice, easy date to be able to communicate with our customers that fees are going to be adjusting as of February 1st. People who are already in the process, who are already going through plan check, who are already planning on pulling permits at a certain rate can have the time to be able to get through the process and be able to pull at the rate that they're expecting now, because the fees that get charged are the fees that are charged at the time of permit issuance. So if they're already in the process, they can work under the existing fee schedule. And then the other part of that is it will take staff time to implement the new fee structure in our permitting system. That will take some time to basically start from scratch building a new fee structure.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? And if not, do I have a motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution adopting the user fee report and amending the fiscal year 23-24 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It passes. We're moving back now to item G1.
Thank you for coming out.
Yes, thank you. This next item is an amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code to update regulations related to automobile service stations / gas stations, car washes, and short-term rentals. And Jennifer Hagan, our senior planner, will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, as you said, we're here to discuss our city's focused zoning code update, specifically our regulations related to automobile service stations or gas stations, car washes, and short-term rentals. In January of 2023, the City Council provided direction on reinitiating the city's zoning code update, including a new focused and phased approach. And then in November of 2023, the City Council provided further direction on uses to be considered as part of this update and directed staff to present these to LUD for initial framework for each of the topics prior to moving forward. The 6 identified topics included car washes, automobile service stations, alcohol sales, self-storage facilities, short-term rental regulations, and drive-through uses. Each of these items was then presented to the Land Use and Development Committee to get direction before moving forward with draft code amendments. Based on LUD direction, staff is presenting updates before you tonight related to the service stations, the car washes, and the short-term rentals. For tonight's presentation of the topics, I'm going to pass things off to our consultant, Perry Banner from De Novo Planning Group, who's joining us via Zoom tonight. Perry, along with the planning staff, will be available to discuss and answer questions at the end of the presentation.
Jennifer, I'm just waiting to be admitted as a panelist.
You are up right now.
I'm good? Great.
Yep.
Okay, bear with me 1 second. Excellent. Jennifer, can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, it is now on the screen.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Sorry for the little technical delay. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and members of the City Council. It's great to be back with you again on this series of focused zoning code updates that I'm helping the city out with. As Jennifer indicated, this project or these focused prioritized zoning code amendments is part of a larger project. Soon the City Council will see a set of objective design standards followed by code amendments that are related to implementation of the housing element. For tonight though, we're considering 3 items: automobile service stations, car washes, short-term rental regulations. And to Jennifer's point earlier, LUD had considered 6 topical areas in June and July of this year, provided clear direction on these 3 particular topics, and hence we're moving forward with these items for the City Council. What I want to make clear also is that although we're presenting these 3 items as a package tonight or under the same presentation, just to be clear, the City Council can make decisions on these 3 items independently of one another. So it's not an all or none type of thing. You can decide to move forward with one and not forward with the other. So first, to start with automobile service stations and car washes. So again, LUD had, or the Land Use and Development Committee had taken a very thoughtful approach when they were considering these 2 uses, automobile service stations, your traditional gas stations, and car washes. And when we presented this item to the Land Use and Development Committee, We presented a set of potential development regulations or development standards and operational regulations to that would regulate these types of uses in the city. But LUD also considered whether Brentwood was adequately served by existing facilities already. And they also thought, well, as the city becomes built out, and we know there's going to be fewer vacant sites that are available for development, are automobile service stations and car washes really the highest and best use of the remaining vacant land, especially when the city is considering maybe more employment generating uses for these existing vacant lands? And LUD also took into consideration that these two uses in particular, they have some impacts on some of the surrounding residential neighborhoods, especially in a community like Brentwood, where residential uses can be very close to commercially designated properties. And so some of those impacts include noise, traffic, odor hazards, those sorts of things. So LUD took all of these into consideration. I will also say that it wasn't just LUD that considered these potential amendments. It was also the Planning Commission. We presented to the Planning Commission last month. To give you a sense of just how many automobile service stations and car washes there are in Brentwood, there are 18 automobile service stations, and that does not include the future Costco, which I think will have 40 pumps, if I'm not mistaken. 14 car washes in the city, and you can see that they're really concentrated along the city's major commercial corridors, Balfour Road, Brentwood Boulevard, and Lone Tree Way. LUD also, and Planning Commission for that matter, also looked at kind of what's going on regionally. We tend to do that when we're considering these types of uses. What are our neighboring jurisdictions doing to regulate these types of uses? So there are some cities in the Bay Area that have elected to adopt ordinances to help reduce GHG emissions by prohibiting new fossil fuel pumps within their cities. And that's very much in line with some of the statewide efforts to curb GHG emissions. So when LUD took all these things into consideration, they looked at existing facilities within the city, limited available land, perhaps an effort to de-emphasize fossil fuel and maybe consider alternative fuel vehicles. After taking all these into consideration, LUD recommended that future fossil fuel service stations be prohibited throughout the city. And I'll get to that recommendation shortly. But again, I want to make it clear to the City Council that although automobile service stations and car washes here are being presented together, you can deal with these independently, and separately and differently. What LUD wanted to stress, though, was that although there was an interest in prohibiting new gasoline service stations, that maybe alternative fuel stations should be promoted and allowed to operate in the city. So one of the recommendations will be that we create a definition for these alternative fuel stations. And here we're just borrowing a definition from the EPA as far as what an alternative fuel station is. So I'm going to circle back to the recommendation on automobile service stations and car washes, and we're going to talk about short-term rentals for a minute. Now, I think that the City Council and pretty much everyone has an idea of what a short-term rental is. We often just refer to them as Airbnbs. But a short-term rental, by definition, it's a use, or rather it's the short-term, renting of a property for a brief duration, typically less than 30 days. And often it consists of, you can either have a room in a house or maybe an outbuilding on a property that's being used as the short-term rental, or the whole house gets rented as a vacation rental. Another situation that's occurring, not just in Brentwood, but elsewhere, are situations, and there are platforms that allow someone to rent their pool, for example, or their backyard for some sort of commercial event. So that is something else that's also occurring, a new trend. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that when short-term rentals started to surface 10, 12 years ago, they generally took every jurisdiction, every city by surprise. No jurisdiction had a way of dealing with this because it didn't really fit into the municipal regulatory structure. And in fact, the Brentwood Municipal Code, it still doesn't really adequately deal with short-term rentals. It prohibits them in some cases, It allows traditional rooming and boarding, for example, for not less than 30 days, but it is a little wishy-washy, if you will, when it comes to defining what a short-term rental is and really saying whether it's prohibited or allowed. So the recommendation with regard to short-term rentals, it came from both LUD and from the Planning Commission, is that first we really need to come up with a definition for what a short-term rental is. And so we're doing that here. We're defining what it is, and we're also including the short-term rental of, like I say, swimming pools, backyards, et cetera, which have created some problems in jurisdictions. And then we're explicitly prohibiting the short-term rental use in the city of Brentwood. So now for the recommendation. And again, I want to just reiterate that the City Council can consider these items independently of one another. But first, it is recommended that the City Council waive the first reading and introduce, one, an ordinance approving amendments to the Brentwood Municipal Code to prohibit new automobile service stations or gas stations and car washes, but to allow for the operation of alternative fuel stations in all zones where currently allowed, and to create a new land use classification, alternative fuel station. And two, waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance approving an amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code to more clearly define and to prohibit short-term rentals. I'll end the presentation here, and I think that Jennifer and I will tag team on the questions from council.
Thank you, Perry. At this time, are there any clarifying questions of staff?
I have a quick one. Thank you. I think this is a great report. I love that LUD went in so deeply on this. It was really wonderful to see what they've already accomplished just by reviewing it first. So thank you for everyone involved with that. But my question, really the only question I have is around the short-term rentals. Everything else seems to be pretty standard language. It seems fine to me. I approve of what's been suggested. But on the short-term rentals, it's still all about enforcement. And I know I went on Airbnb over the weekend and found multiple sites in Brentwood up for short-term rentals. Some of them were rooms in a house, some of them were entire apartment units. So I think that's my biggest question is what can we do to actually do with the enforcement? I think it's very challenging and complicated, and our language is great, but if we aren't able to enforce that, then where do we go from here? Thank you.
Yeah, currently, while we currently are going on periodically, once a week, once every other week, and searching these sites. Our community enrichment does do that, and they do try to proactively go about that, trying to figure out, investigate where these are located just by, photos or, because they don't post their addresses. But it is difficult to find, and it's not always ideal. We do not find every single address that is on there. So it is difficult. Another avenue is by complaint. Typically, if it becomes a nuisance to your neighbors, if you're having different people in every other day, then we get complaints from the neighbors. Now we can compare the complaint from neighbors to listings that we find, and we can go about it that way. But unfortunately, there is not a perfect way for enforcement. We do our best to try to proactively search those sites periodically, but there is no foolproof way that we currently have found.
That makes sense. Thank you. I mean, I know we need to have the language in there for the sake of enforcement when we do find out what someone is doing. But yeah, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion regarding clarifying questions, at this time I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
We have a first.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I don't believe we've
Public
opened
comment.
the public hearing yet.
Oh, yes, we're going to need to do that for sure. This time we'll open public comments. Thank you.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We receive 0 written public comments in advance, and I have no in-person speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, and I will still go with the motion and the first that we received. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, at this time, we'll move into council discussion.
So I have, we had our LUD meeting and, there's a perception that Oakley puts in a bunch of storage units and I said something like that. Come to find out, Oakley actually has an ordinance against storage units now because they have so many. So I just want to say, it was interesting what my perception was versus the actual. And I'm happy to hear that they have their own ordinance against storage unit saturation. So,
We're not talking about storage units right now. It's not gas.
oh, can't we talk about everything?
The storage is a different item.
Oh, shoot. In my mind, it's all together. Like, don't you know?
Sorry.
Okay, wait. It's
This one is on car washes, gas.
32 or 4. I thought it was 32 pumps. It's 40?
It is 40.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. Go ahead. I had some discussion items. So, I know we talked about this in LUD, and so I do have some alternative feelings since the LUD meeting. I still feel like we need the absolute ban on the car washes. We have a substantial amount of them, but I think what made it hard for me when you watch everything back and you review the agenda items is we have gas and car washes together, and I wish we were separated them out because I find them to be two. Car washes, we have a lot. We have car washes on top of car washes, and I think it's just a lot. But as far as gas stations, I know we got Costco's with 40 pumps, but I feel like it was overly saturated. I don't know if intentionally or how we were set up as a city. And I talked about look at that map, it's like all back there towards District 2, and there's nothing on Sand Creek at all. And so my concern is when we do absolute bans, I kind of get a slightly visceral reaction at first, because my concern is, and I know we're driving to a future of alternative fuel resources, service stations. But that being said, we are banking on businesses staying in business, and once they're gone, the entity is gone. And so I really like what we did with the tobacco regulations, where we put a cap and say we can never have more than this number in our city, versus just let's never allow any more to come. Because if we look at the map here, if any of these businesses go out, we're not going to say we'll replace them. They're just completely gone. And I know until we get to, more energy efficient vehicles, there will still be the need for gas. And with Costco being at one end, it will force everyone to always go to Costco. If anyone's been to the Costco in Antioch, the Costco in Concord, the gas portion, even the Safeway in Pleasant Hill, is always backed out almost to the streets. So I guess my tune, I'm marching to a little bit of a different beat, just in a further analysis and going deeper, that I still am I know you're like, wait, you just said no, but after what happened with the shooting in a neighborhood, I do not believe that we need the short-term rentals. I absolutely agree what we talked about in LUD already. I do not believe that we need any more car washes, so I think we should stop that. But I do think that we need to add defining the alternative fuel stations. I'd like to see us add that definition, but I don't know that I'm 100% still sold on an absolute ban on gas, only because of the reasons that I've stated. I would like to see us, figure out some kind of way to stop putting them in District 2 along the back end. It'd be nice to have that real estate for other items, but there's absolutely none on Sand Creek at all. And so it's so oversaturated on Lone Tree, with slight saturation on Balfour and oversaturated on Brentwood Boulevard. Yeah, Lone Tree.
So I agree with that feeling of the word ban. And I didn't understand why it bothered me as much as it did until agenda review today. When I was talking with, or when we were talking with Alexis about this, that the ban carries a additional part to it, being the legal non-conforming. If the existing businesses, I'm not going to do this any justice. Alexis, can you talk to us about the legal non-conforming portion if we were to ban all gas stations? I'm sorry.
Certainly. So if you prohibit future land uses that were legally established at some point in time, whether it's car washes or gas stations, they become what's called legal nonconforming, meaning they were established legally and then the codes have changed since they've been in operation. So there are different standards put in our municipal code of what you can and can't do with a legal nonconforming property. You can't expand it. If it's destroyed for any reason, you can't replace it. So there's limitations in our municipal code, and I should caution that our municipal code section on legal nonconforming isn't the best in its language, and it could be improved, and that's something we're looking at doing, but nevertheless, it's there. And so there are a lot of limitations put on a legal nonconforming property. You can repair it if it's damaged, but if it's abandoned for a certain period of time, it cannot be started again. So if someone closed a gas station for a year, didn't find a buyer, it sat vacant, and a buyer showed up a year later, it would not be able to be reestablished as a gas station. So that's different than if you change it to require a CUP, for example, if it didn't before, it means once it's banned, your business can no longer expand or be transferred after a certain period of time.
Additionally, can you add to that conversation about, like, for example, had we had this in place, Costco would not be coming. And additionally, a discussion, and this might be something, Darren, you can speak to. Gas stations that are shut down are hard to redevelop because of the safety concerns. So if a gas station ever closes down and we have an absolute ban, we can't put another gas station there. We have an area that had fuel underneath that now whoever's going to develop it has to clean it up. And it might not be aesthetically pleasing for someone to develop on. It may cost a ridiculous amount of money. Are there any case points, an example in the city of Brentwood where it was a little bit harder and it sat for a while? A gas station. Across the street, maybe.
Downtown, we have some areas that I think maybe one of them that you're discussing. The gas tanks that are underground, and I'm sure Jennifer could talk about this more, but there's actually a state agency that oversees that, and then they have inspections. So, for example, I know that we have one gas station in town that's closed, but they've maintained their tanks to meet certain standards. But if there is leaking, there's significant cost to remediate that land, especially if it gets into the water table, if those tanks leak. So yes, it's very expensive.
So adding on to what Councilmember Pearson was saying, the limiting the number of gas stations may be a better option as opposed to banning them. And my next statement is going to be, I agree, we need to get rid of short-term rentals, which sounds kind of funny that I'm saying, oh, we'll ban those, but not the gas stations. With the experience we've had with the short-term rentals, I don't think there's any question that I would have a really hard time continuing on. I do believe we need to firm up that definition of alternative fuel stations. And the car washes were done. There's dozens.
Yeah. I'm fine with banning all three. I don't think we need more gas stations in town. By what year do we have to close down all gas stations? Or stop selling gas cars?
Right, we don't
Sorry.
have, the law is that alternative fuel cars, I think it's 2035.
Okay.
It doesn't have any bearing on whether we have gas stations or not. That'll be a market driven.
And we also know from our tax revenue that demand is going down because our tax revenue has decreased in gas, right? Haven't we had less, if I recall correctly, when we got your report? But maybe that was during COVID. So I don't see the need for any more. We're going to have 40 more pumps. The other thing is I've never had a resident tell me they want another gas station. And it's like that, they get really upset about the gas stations. So no one wants them by their house. They're not healthy. The fumes aren't healthy. So I just don't know where you would put it and people be okay with it. That's my concern, is that if it's around homes, I wouldn't want it near me because they're just not healthy. But I think if you decide to go forward with the gas stations, it should have to be a CUP to make sure that there's testing around how far those fumes going to go, how close are the houses, how close are the schools, because you don't want your kids around a gas station. It's just you don't want them around those fumes at all. So that's actually really concerning. That's why we're phasing out of gas cars, because it's just not healthy. But yeah, I ban car washes, ban gas stations, ban short-term rentals for many reasons on short-term rentals, including that it drives up the price of housing, which we want to maintain our price of housing so that people can live here. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think after my I've always had, since they've come out hybrids, now driving a Tesla, even though I don't like Elon Musk. But that being said, by 2035 on the new legislation is going to stop the new sale of gas, but it's not going to get rid of the fact of someone like me who also has a 1964 and a half Mustang. So gas will still be necessary for the people who continue to drive their cars. And not that I'm looking for us to add a bunch of gas stations, but my concern is what happens when all of these retail operations, which is gas, start to shut down because there's not going to be as much of a need. We're going to lose those businesses. What do we put in the place of them? Can we put another station there? Will someone else come in as a smaller business in that space? But my ask is not to increase the number of gas stations. I mean, if that was the case, we should have reconsidered Costco because that's a lot more stations than we even had. But I think the CUP would be a great idea.
Yeah.
So it comes before the planning to decide if we're going to take it and where it's at and have all those opportunities.
Yeah. Could we do what we did with tobacco, which is, can we do some kind of cap? Like, how many more would you guys want? And then can we write into the code that if Brentwood Petroleum shuts down, it can reopen with a new owner? Like, the ones that are there in perpetuity unless the owner decides to shut it down and build something new.
So my ask, even during our meeting, was can we just cap the number of gas stations, which is what I started off with, like what we did with tobacco. So saying the number that we have is the number we're going to keep, and that's the 18 plus. I would say 19 now, because Costco I would take as one big one, because we're not looking at the individual pumps, because we don't want to say, well, we need 58 now because we're getting 40 more, but like 19 is our cap because that's what we're going to have, and we won't go over 19. So that would keep the existing in place, and if new ones come, it just has to be replaced from one has to drop off in order to get another one.
But the other thing is, like, do you think that we have a shortage of gas stations today?
I think that we have oversaturation in certain areas, and I think it makes it difficult for someone who has a gasoline car. I do, but when we say absolute ban, I mean, the consequence of that is literally in 2030 or 2032, when all the Chevrons, and I'm using them as an example, or the Arcos say this is not going to be as much cost efficient and close down, we won't have gas. We're banking on Costco always staying here. We're banking on Arco always staying here for people who will be not in a position to afford an electric vehicle, who will still want to drive their gas vehicles. They won't have access to it.
So that's why I'm saying, can we keep these in perpetuity? The ones that we have, like, how many more would you want?
I don't want more. That's what I keep saying to you. I just want to put a cap on, the number.
So then can we put a ban on any new gas stations and keep the structure, the footprint that we have stays in perpetuity?
I think we don't say ban, we put a cap on the number of gas stations we can have in a city, which is we have 18, well, we have 19, just cap it at 19.
Okay, yeah, that's
So
fine with me.
hold on though, before you, great discussion, I'm loving this, but you guys are sometimes hard to get anything in on. No, that's okay. I want to say, if we're talking about a cap on the number, I agree with that, I understand that. The problem is, what if a XYZ gas station closes down, doesn't reopen, then we're allowing for another one to open in another part of town to replace it. And we just talked about not wanting more in other parts of town, or for that matter, somewhere else in the same area that's oversaturated.
Well, that would be the CUP process, what they actually have to go through.
with the CUP.
Which is, don't they go through CUP right now? Yeah.
So then we could prevent the new build of a gas station.
right now, but as you said, if we cap it at 19 and 3 of them go out of business, there's an opportunity for 3 new ones to open somewhere. They may open in the same location, or they might, and if you look at the map, the western side of the city, Sand Creek Road, around Highway 4, there are no gas stations in the western end of the city. So I can see that being desirable for a gas station operator wanting to be adjacent to Highway 4. So it would not possibly prevent new gas stations from being constructed. It would just maybe slow down that process, or you have to wait for someone to go out of business before you try and open in a new location. The other thing with the numeric cap is we have to administer that somehow. So similar to the conversation we had about tobacco, if you have a couple possibilities and we have 4 applicants and there's 2 gas stations that just closed down, how do we decide who gets to move forward? It's just there's complicated aspects of administering a numeric cap. It's not impossible, it's just not something we've developed or we've thought through completely, but there will be aspects of a numeric cap that make it really complicated to administer. Then we have to track when people go out of business or when they shut down. Does it count, does transferring of ownership count as closing down? Or, it can get really complex. It's not impossible. It's just something we haven't really thought through. The tobacco process is slightly different because that's a license. It's not a land use entitlement like a CUP. So it's a little bit different of a question. It's a license issued by the city on an annual basis. It's not so much about your location, your locational land use questions. It's more about, do we want you to be able to operate in the city as a business? The CUP is centered around impacts and site-specific issues. So it's not impossible. It's just really complex to do it, to administer it through a cap process.
Okay, thank you. With that, I think the idea of the cap with the CUP seems like our best bet all around, for me anyway.
I agree. So at this time, do we have a motion on this item?
You want me to make a motion?
So, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, so as Alexis indicated, a cap system is much more complicated,
That's
right?
correct.
And so staff would not be in a position to modify the ordinance that you've got in front of you tonight to allow you to take action. This will need significant further staff work if you want to impose a cap. So we would need to bring it back to you. I don't know how soon that
My
could be
future
done.
agenda item request, I think I'm prepared to do it without adding that in there. If you let me make it. Yeah.
Can we do moratorium right now until, because anyone could sneak in between now and then. Can we do moratorium?
Can you guys let me just do my future agenda item request and then critique it, please, possibly? So I'd like to make a future agenda item request to move the discussion. I'm sorry, not a future agenda, I'm sorry, to make a motion, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to move the discussion for a cap on automobile service stations, gas stations specifically, to a future date that is available for staff to discuss a potential cap. However, the motion would be to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance with the 17.450.00 just saying except for car washes. Affirmatively allowing the alternative fuel stations with the CUP. And car washes, and allowing for the operation of alternative fuel stations and adding a new land use classification for alternative fuel stations. Is that clear of a request?
So what I'm hearing is that you want to ban car washes going forward.
Yes.
So that's reflected in the ordinance. You want to add a definition for alternative fuel stations. You also want to allow alternative fuel stations to locate in all of the zoning districts where gas stations are currently allowed.
That is correct. With the CUP.
And so the CUP part is the one that I want to ask about, because if, for example, you looked at the revised ordinance under section 20, it has alternative fuel stations listed as a permitted use in subareas 1 and 2 of PD 55. And that reflects how gas stations are treated in that sub area. So did you want to change that?
Can I Do you have a map overlay of where they're permitted today?
You would have to.
PD 55 is Scortino Ranch, so PD 55 would be the newly constructed 7-Eleven gas station, and then it is also the parcel where Wendy's, Denny's,
So
and
that's the only area where gas stations right now are permitted?
are correct. And
Everything else in the city is a CUP?
That is PD 55. Let me look if there was anything else.
But I mean, I guess
I
considering,
think my motion would be consistent with what we currently already have, which would be the permitted use in PD 55 without the CUP, but the rest of it being CUP process.
Okay, I think the one other place
There's
is
one
in
other
PD 6, where standalone gas stations are conditionally permitted, so they need a CUP.
what area is that in? I'm sorry.
PD 6, that's the streets. Yeah, the streets of Brentwood.
Okay. Which is going to be really important. Okay.
So, but a standalone gas station is permitted, excuse me, a gas station is permitted if it's an accessory use to an anchor retailer, sort of like Costco, for example. So it is permitted in that instance in PD 6. Do you want alternative fuel stations to have the same treatment there?
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear to both of you?
Electrical gas stations. I mean,
So with your permission, and in order to allow this to be a first reading, we've been taking notes and making those changes and just modifying the findings to reflect the fact that for now, gas stations are staying the same pending further discussion. Car washes are being banned going forward, and alternative fuel stations are being added into the mix on the terms that you described. Is that what your motion is?
That would be my motion.
Okay, is that clear to you too?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And is the second good with that motion?
I don't understand why we can't say moratorium on gas stations until we get her future agenda item finalized.
This wasn't agendized as a moratorium, which is a separate process under the government code. And so we haven't given notice to all the people that would be put on notice. A moratorium, if you took action, it would be generally an urgency ordinance that would take action immediately. So this is a different process.
So how soon do we think this can come back to council?
Well, be next year.
Well, yeah. Q1, Q2, Q3.
Well, it depends. We might need council's help reprioritizing other things. So next year we were bringing back tobacco, the discussion item about the affordable housing ordinance, implementation of the housing element, other potentially the short-term rentals, which we're going to discuss next. What am I missing? ODS. Yeah. So we could target first quarter. Yeah, we just might have to shift some stuff around. I don't think we have any gas station applications today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Currently, as it sits right now, -6, PD 6 and 55, they're going to have to come to get a CUP anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so my second stands.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, City Clerk will read the ordinance title.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code RZ 24-005, which would prohibit new gasoline fuel stations and new car washes and expand permission for
I think that
alternative-
should be changed,
Yeah.
right?
If you want to share my screen, you could read off of my screen, perhaps.
Scratch that. Maybe a little bigger. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code, RZ 24-005, which would prohibit new car washes and expand permission for alternative fuel stations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Second motion.
I move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance approving an amendment to more clearly define and prohibit short-term rentals.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. City Clerk will read the ordinance title.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood approving a zoning text amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 17.796, RZ 24-005, which would more clearly define and prohibit short-term rentals.
Do you have a motion? First and second?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. Thank you, Perry. Thank you, staff.
Thanks,
for all of
Perry.
your
Always
help.
nice to see you.
We're not done.
Come on back, Perry.
Oh, that's right. He'll be back. Okay, moving
I'll be
in.
back.
Moving into item H1, and this is the focused zoning code update direction for self-storage facilities. And Jennifer Hagan, our senior planner, will introduce the next item.
Perfect. Well, thank you again. I understand the confusion. This is again under our umbrella city focus zoning code update. This item is a discussion item only for self-storage facilities. Earlier this year, this item was presented to LUD, who recommended that we present this item in its entirety to the City Council for further direction. So with that, I'm going to again pass it on to Perry Banner from De Novo Planning Group, who's going to be joining us via Zoom and will provide a presentation. Staff and Perry will be available for questions afterwards.
Thank you, Jennifer. Hello again, Council, and I think I can probably just skip through these first few slides because we did the same introductions in the previous presentation. But just getting to the point, so staff is requesting that the City Council discuss this focused zoning code amendment for self-storage uses and provide feedback on the proposed regulations. I guess you could say that we ran out of gas 2 months ago and we didn't quite get to this item, but self-storage facilities. I think the council probably generally has an idea of what a self-storage facility is. There are those uses that allow a rent space on a short-term basis to both individuals and businesses. Usually in a setting like Brentwood, most of these facilities are on large pieces of property. There are multiple single-story buildings with drive-up units. Typically, they're windowless units, kind of nondescript, cinder blocks or corrugated metal, that sort of thing, and lockable by the renter. These are popping up in cities as well, and in a city they might be multiple stories with a freight elevator. And to just speak to the industry itself right now, the industry is very robust, and in fact, 1 in 10 U.S. households now rent self-storage units, and that demand for self-storage is expected to continue to be strong. And so there will certainly be these operators looking for opportunities in jurisdictions to open. We see a lot of residential and commercial properties that might be underutilized right now that are being converted to self-storage in many, many cities. There are 6 self-storage facilities currently operating in Brentwood. They vary in size, but generally occupy, like I say, large parcels with multiple single-story structures. Staff actually reached out to the 6 operators in the city just to get a sense of how are they doing. And 4 of the operators kind of indicated that their occupancy rates are something in the neighborhood of 90%. And I think we can assume that for the 2 that didn't want to share their data, that it's probably roughly the same. So as I indicated, this business, it's growing and it's very robust. However, the Brentwood Municipal Code currently doesn't have development standards that are related to self-storage units. And in fact, there's not even a definition for self-storage within that code. And staff is usually leaning on uses or definitions for warehouse classification to sort of figure out whether the use is permitted in different zones or in planned development areas. And staff has taken the position that that unless it's expressly allowed under self-storage, then self-storage facilities can be considered in Brentwood through a conditional use permit. And right now they're conditionally permitted in industrial commercial zones and in certain planned development zones, like I indicated. So when LUD considered this item, they considered a number of things. I would say, again, because the the market is so strong right now that there likely will be continued interest in Brentwood. So you might, if the market was allowed to continue unfettered, there'd probably be another one or two that would open up. But the question, I think, is just kind of in the same manner that when we talked about gas stations and car washes, when there's limited land in the city, is this the highest and best use of that remaining vacant land? And there are pros and cons to these uses. The pros are that they do provide a valuable service, especially for people that are in transitional periods of their life, like marriage and divorce, et cetera. But there are also some cons. These uses, as big as they are, they tend to employ very, very few people. Just because of the nature of the way that they're built, they don't allow for much flexibility if the use turns and you want to adaptively reuse the site. They tend to generate limited tax revenue, and they can be in place for many, many years. So if it's the direction of the council that this is a use that that you would like to allow to continue, then it would be our recommendation that that we provide some sort of operational regulations and development standards for these to address building design, lot size, landscaping, storage of hazardous materials, et cetera. And we'd want to clearly define what a self-storage facility is, kind of identify the zones that you would allow them within. And then, as I said, put together some development standards that would ensure high quality design of this use. So LUD was very supportive of drafting a better definition of what a self-storage facility was and to regulate the uses in certain areas in the city. But they couldn't reach a consensus as to whether to prohibit all new operations or to allow existing facilities to continue to operate and maybe even expand. Like I said, if they're permitted, then City Council should probably consider design regulations so that we make sure that these facilities are of high quality. So the council has really two options tonight. You can support staff's recommendation, which would be to clearly define what self-storage facilities are and identify where they can exist in the city and maybe to not allow them to expand beyond that. Or you can modify the recommendation and support prohibiting all self-storage facilities and the expansion of existing facilities in all zones. So with that, I'll end the presentation and take some questions.
Clarifying questions of staff at this time? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. If there were an existing facility that wanted to reconfigure their storage units to be able to have more space, would that be permitted under what we're talking about if we do a ban of new, but allow for an expansion if it's using relatively the same footprint?
So what staff is recommending is to keep self-storage facilities in the 5 PD zones where they're currently allowed. This would keep their legal conforming status, which would allow them to go up or expand. The other option is if you would like to prohibit all future expansions or future storage facilities, it would create their legal non-conforming status in which they could only stay as is. They couldn't go 2 stories if they're currently single story. They couldn't add additional units and so forth. So those are kind of the 2 options. There's multiple options, but those are the 2 main options. I mean, currently staff is recommending just remaining, allowing them to remain in their current zones, but not expanding into additional zones outside of those 5, and allowing them to modify or expand with additional guidelines, design guidelines, if we go that route.
And would that prohibit new facility development?
In those 5 zones, if there do happen to be vacant land, a new one potentially in those 5 zones could come in, yes. So there could be more than one in one of those 5 zones.
Okay, thank you.
So quick question, 2 good questions. Have we contacted the 6 facilities to see if there is a high or a low demand for our residents?
We did contact them. They said they had approximately 90% occupancy rate. The 4 that we did come in contact, 2 of them indicated that they could not provide us that data, that it was private information, but the other ones did indicate they had 90% occupancy. Whether those are actually Brentwood residents or residents from other cities, I am not sure.
Thank you so much. And those 5 PDs that you talked about, they're primarily in District 2 and District 4, correct?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it didn't make it into the presentation. If you'd like to share my screen.
Because the map, yeah, it wasn't there.
There, you could
for giving
unshare.
me.
We could share my screen. These are currently the 5 zones. And all of them except for one have, or actually 6 zones, and all of them except for one currently have a self-storage facility. PD 56, which is on the outskirts of the city's solid waste facility. There are some vacant properties there that do allow them, but all of the other PDs shown here currently have self-storage facilities in them. With PD 12, I believe, actually has 2 self-storage facilities.
But they're all in District 2 and District 4, right? There's not any other, is that one? So there's one in District 1, but.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where the districts fall, whether 38 comes over
to 1,
yeah, and then
the remainder, PD 12 is District 4, and I think all the remainder of them are all in District 2. Okay. I'll save my comments for discussion.
If there are no further clarifying questions of staff, at this time we'll open public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item. We received 0 written public comments in advance. I do not have any speaker cards in person, and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
So I guess I'm constantly having a lot to talk about tonight, and I didn't think I had a lot to say, but I do. So, you know, absolute ban, not so much. So in LUD. And so we didn't agree on this one. And I'll tell you why I didn't agree. Just kind of, I mean, I'm sure you all watched the LUD, but again, I'm not always going to be for absolute bans. And I think it goes back to residents. I'm one of those people that came out of a divorce into a new marriage. And I had a bunch of items that I had sentimental attachments to, going through one of the toughest times in my life that I wasn't quite ready to get rid of. And it was in Brentwood that I found a storage space that made me take the time that I need, because I'm paying a ridiculous amount of money to get rid of the separation and the attachment. I know that there are a lot of residents. We have still new homes coming in. We have discussions in the future to talk about new locations that will need public storage, storage spaces. And one of my concerns, I asked for the map tonight. I know it wasn't intentional. It wasn't in the staff report, because I looked at it and I thought about, what about access for our seniors who may have some connections and some sentimental values to items with limited space, because housing gets to be a little bit smaller as people age. What do we do in those regards? Also, I wanted us to contact the 6 facilities to see, and demand for storage is always high. Now, I understand Councilmember Mendoza's issues with storage spaces because we don't get good tax revenue. It doesn't provide jobs. It really does take up a bunch of money that people could probably use for other items, but I don't think it's our responsibility to regulate how people spend their money. I just think about the needs that people have. And I sat literally for months because the storage unit I wanted had no availability at the time, with the big one of those pods in front of my house. But we have limited time that we can keep those at our residence, and they're an eyesore to our neighbors. So yeah, when we say absolute ban, again, visceral reaction, because there are people who actually have needs, and I know that some people don't like them. I have a problem that there's so many in my district. I think if we're going to take up some available spaces, I'd prefer for it to be something that has a higher and greater use in my district. but I do see the utility in it. And if anything, I'd like, again, spread it around the city because we tend to see oversaturation in District 2. Gas station, tobacco, storage unit, car washes, District 2, and drive-throughs are all in District 2. And I'm not saying it's the intention of any of the planners or developers or anybody, I don't know. But it just, I think because of how we're structured away from Highway 4, it was easy to kick them away where it was more of kick the eyesores away to the back of the city, or I don't know what it was. But it is, now we're different. And because we are better in Brentwood, we need to do better and we need to spread it around. So I'm not for an absolute ban, but I do agree with the staff recommendation. My ask would be to allow expansion, but not new development. Because I would like to see these facilities have the ability, I think you started off talking about that, have the ability to make it look better, or, and we definitely need some development standards. We need to make sure that we don't have things that are eyesores, not properly done, not spaces where it's a mice convention. I don't know if we can regulate that stuff, but anyway, that's my little.
I don't want any more, you know that, but so, and that's why we didn't come to the consensus, but I'm fine leaving them where they are, but I don't want to expand them. We keep talking about wanting to bring in revenue so that we can do more things for our residents. And I understand this fills a need, but I think we have plenty of them and there's plenty in the surrounding areas. And we have I think I was talking to you, we have a storage unit for all of our Halloween stuff. And we don't rent in Brentwood because the price in Brentwood is so astronomical for the storage units. It's higher than anywhere else. So we actually go to a neighboring city for our storage unit. But so if we want to leave them where they are, I mean, I'm not crazy about it, but I'll support you in not banning them. But I don't want to expand anywhere else. I'm not okay with that. It's, residents complain all the time. We don't want storage units. We don't want car washes. We don't want gas stations. And I'm not fine with the expansion. And again, Oakley's stopped allowing them because of the oversaturation and that their residents don't want them. So I think that because of that, if we start expanding, we will get a lot. And I don't think our residents are going to be happy about it at all.
And when you say no expansion, do you mean no increased number of them, or can a current use expand theirs? Like, if I was one, if I have the land there, could I add more units to it? That's what I want to understand.
Listen, I don't want to expand anymore, but I will support you, and because I will be a partner and support you because of your story, and I hadn't thought about that. So I'll be supportive, but I hate storage units. I hate that they take money out of our city. I hate that they don't provide jobs. I hate that they're eyesores. Even if we make the architectural nicer, they're just eyesores. There's no people around. There's no life around there, right? We always talk about, we want these areas where people can walk and like downtown, and now we're excited about the streets, and now we're gonna have these zombie looking areas that no one is ever there. And they're a little depressing.
You're calling it zombie because of what you use it for.
You know what? That may be why I thought of zombie, but.
I do not want new ones, but I do think that if an existing facility was able to expand using a similar footprint, whether that meant reconfiguration, adding a small unit here or there, or building up one story, I would be okay with that based on the need. I don't want new ones.
Sorry. Usually doesn't take me that long. I agree in the sense that I don't want to limit, I don't want to ban and have the legal nonconforming issue come up with the storage units. There are pieces of property, and I don't know if they're vacant ones but if you just take into example, and I think it's an Acorn Storage on Lone Tree, right at the entrance to where the Firestone lot is. That lot almost couldn't be used for anything other than a storage facility. It's tucked up against the railroad tracks. It's a very odd shaped piece of land. So,
Mr. Ogden, can you show it on the screen, please? The Acorn Storage, I think it's the one on Lone Tree. I think you brought it up in the meeting. We brought it up, or Darren. Okay, thank you.
So I get what we're all saying, that we don't want to have a ton of storage facilities within the city of Brentwood, but there are some places within cities that just, it makes sense to have, you're not going to put anything else there. If that railroad track were to ever reopen, what other business was going to have access to that lot? And the walking trails or anything else, they run right behind it. If that were to expand, it wouldn't be a horrible eyesore to the city. So I agree with staff that leaving it, the definition and leaving it the way it is without expanding to other PDs.
Would you also consider maybe not new ones in District 2 too, or like in the other districts, because like no new ones?
District, it's his district. This
It's
is
your
four.
district and mine.
So are you okay with your district?
I don't want new ones in my district either.
And I do understand that, but the railroad tracks run right down the middle of our two districts. And I'm not saying it's a perfect fit, but why would we want to limit and say no more if there's absolutely nothing else we're going to put on that lot and there's a need for it? So with the conditional use permit, we can limit where they go and still accomplish the same thing we're trying to accomplish.
I think the railroad thing, like, I mean, we've all, Emeryville has a ton of businesses alongside their railroad. So, I mean, a railroad doesn't inhibit you from opening anything else, right?
No, I'm not saying it does.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. Okay.
In that example of that one lot, when I took a look at that Acorn storage, the way it's developed, the way it's put into business, sure, we could have ran a business park back into there, but how fully occupied would that have been way deep into that off of Lone Tree with no advertisement? What are you going to get back there? So I'm not, I have a hard time with banning things and saying we're not ever putting them back in. And I'm having a hard time with the legal non-conforming if we were to ban them. So I think we leave it right there. I don't know about saying just in District 4, because I would get voted out tomorrow, but I think we have to consider what we're doing, and there is conditional use permits as to where we can deal with some of this.
Yeah, I don't want to expand them anywhere else. I can't do that.
One of the concerns, and I agree, I don't want to see an overabundance of these either, but we are going to, as a city, we're going to be dealing with mandates and are already dealing with mandates from the state requiring more and more high-density housing. Some of the new high-density housing regulations allowed by some of the new laws eliminate even personal parking spaces for these residents. And so many of the high-density housing means apartments in most cases. And if you're in an apartment, which I'm sure many of us have lived in apartments before, I know I have, there's very, very little storage opportunities available. And we are looking at a situation right now that we have very little local control over what is going to potentially be coming. Some of the new laws and regulations can even turn commercial zoned property into high-density residential with no ability for the city to say, no, you can't do that. And so because of that, and I know because I've heard every one of us in the past say, we want to do the best thing we can for our residents. We're going to be dealing with residents that are going to need storage. And it would be nice if the storage was affordable and available, but there are so many things that have already been talked about tonight about why storage, in some cases, is really the only option or the only viable option. I also would like to put as much control over where these things go in our community if we decide to do that. But again, like Councilman Orleman said, there are some pieces of property that really are almost all but unusable or unusable for very few other opportunities. If it makes sense and we need that, I'd like, first of all, any expansion to be in the footprint that's already there. That makes sense. If someone is already there, they can go up or within reason, and of course the council will make that decision. But I just think that's something to consider is in the next 5 years, there's a very high likelihood that we're going to see significantly more high-density housing in this area, and they're going to need somewhere to keep their things, at least temporarily.
But there's alternatives, right? You can order a pod, they come to your house, you fill it up, you send it, right? So, I mean, there's always other options. That's not the only option. But I guess my other question is, so you're saying keep the footprint we have now. You're not saying expand the footprint as in terms of the PDs. You're not saying expand the PDs to other areas, right, Joel?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess, I mean, it's your district, so I mean, I'll support, you're representing your district, so what do you want for your district?
Well, for my district, I mean, I would prefer not to have new ones, but I would prefer to allow them because there are a bunch of, like, literally in my neighborhood, there's what did we just approve? Over 30-something houses in one area. We're approving another 30, like 60 houses in one condensed area. I'm sure those people need storage. So again, what Joel said is what I said earlier. I think if we're thinking about residents need storage facilities. My only concern is that I don't want this type of commercial real estate to conflict with ones that will generate revenue and jobs. So it's always a hard thing to balance because I know people need it. I definitely want the design review standards in place because I think all you'll have is, I mean, with a ban, you have ugly eyesores because they won't be able to expand or do anything. We're not talking about design review. So I don't know that we necessarily need a ban. I think I agree with the staff recommendation, and I think we put some design standards in place as well. That would be my motion. But yeah, I see the concern here because it's not the best use.
When it comes to design review, I would like it to look the least amount like a storage unit as possible, like almost like an outdoor shopping mall of some kind with fake windows and stuff like that.
Have you seen the one going down Ignacio? It'll be, if you're driving towards Walnut Creek on Ignacio, there's a storage unit and it's one of the most beautiful. I thought it was a church. It was very beautiful.
It's
It had a
by the
window.
Greek Orthodox Church, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeous and you would never know that it's a storage unit.
Yeah, so I think whatever design standards we have, could they be very similar to our residential standards? Along everything, like from the roof to windows to the bump outs. I call them bump outs, I'm sorry. Like all of that. And if someone chooses to expand, they have to remodel what's existing. And like you get to expand, but you also got to like bring up the architectural design.
So that's a little trickier based on Nexus and what the scale of the expansion and that is, but we can certainly look into how we can push the envelope, on those requirements. But there's a lot you can do with landscaping and architecture to make them look less like what they are. As you mentioned that example in Ignacio, a lot of communities already do that. So there's a lot you can do. We can bring forward some very detailed and exacting design standards that they would have to comply with. Again, that would only apply completely to new construction of mini storages, and we'll have to see what we can come up with for expansions or remodels based on the scale of the expansion or remodel.
If there's no further council discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
I move to provide the following direction to staff I support staff's recommendation with the inclusion of development standards.
We have a first.
I'll second.
A second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay, the item moves. We'll move into item H2.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break for a bathroom?
Yes, of course. We will have a 5-minute recess. This time we will reconvene and we will move into item H2. And Sakari Bashir, our Director of Human Resources, will present the next item regarding a successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Brentwood Police Officers and the Brentwood Police Officers Association. Sakari?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight for consideration is a memorandum of understanding, a successor contract for between the City of Brentwood and the Brentwood Police Officers Association. This MOU will cover a 3-year period effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2027. And the city's goal basically is to be fair and equitable to employees and to maintain a competitive salary and benefits while charting a fiscally sustainable path into the future. The city representatives met with BPOA representatives over a period of about 6 months, and an agreement was reached on September 25th, 2024, and the BPOA members ratified the agreement on October 12th, 2024. Staff recommends that council approve the successor MOU effective July 1st, 2024, and I am available to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Okay, seeing none at this time, we will open public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comment in advance of this item, and I have no in-person speaker cards and no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion. I do want to thank all of the representatives of the Police Officers Association as well as staff for the work getting this accomplished. Our police officers are extremely important to us, and we love our department. And I want to thank our chief for always doing such an outstanding job in keeping us safe. Since there is no further discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
Yeah, I want to add on, thank you to our negotiators.
I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a successor MOU between the city and the POA for July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, approving the pay schedule and authorizing the HR director to revise the pay schedule to reflect the changes and adopting amendments to the 2024-25 through 2025-26 operating budget.
And I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. We'll move into item I, a request for future agenda items.
Yeah, I have one. Something really disturbing happened I think it was this last week. I'm kind of a blur. But we had a mental health episode in Brentwood, and I was really disturbed that a local blogger posted that picture immediately of the person having the episode. And I just want to understand exactly what the process is for when we notify, what is our process for speaking to the media and to bloggers? Because I understand regular police stuff that I get, but this one just left a pit in my stomach that man's picture is out there now forever. And it takes me back to like Miles Hall and that incident. And I just want to understand what the process is, what your staff, what their directions are, and so that the public knows, because people made comment, like they were really upset that picture was up there. So I think we just need a briefing on exactly what the process is, and go from there. So it's just an informational more than anything.
Okay, any further new requests?
I have one. Are you joining me on this request? Okay. So Councilmember Orlemans and I have our future agenda item request. That request is for the city to add a recreational program service offering, midnight basketball leagues, for the city provide funding, and by offering assistance with a local and with assistance with a facility to help provide services to our youth ages 12 to 25. Was that clear? Tony, want to add anything to it?
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you.
Okay. Are those requests clear to staff? Okay, thank you.
Could we just add one thing, at least as relates to the one issue that Councilmember Mendoza brought up? I did speak with the blogger or newspaper person, and they were listening to the fire department's scanner, and that's how they found out the information related to that issue. Our police department scanner is encoded, and the chief could speak more about that, but at least if someone's watching, they would know exactly how he received that information.
I'd still like the update.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Well, at this time, I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you.